Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day number 7 of our AusCycling Track National Championships. Of course, we started off with our Junior 15s and Junior 17s. Since Tuesday, we've been with the Elites, 19s and Paras. Our 15s and 70s have headed home. Great week of racing we had with them. But here we are, Friday, our day session of the championships, and we're going to get underway now with the Junior Women 19 sprint qualifying. Great day of sprinting and racing ahead of us. If you're joining us on the AusCycling YouTube channel again, thank you for joining us all week. The numbers have been fantastic of all the views that we've had. Welcome. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage so far. I hope you're enjoying also Kate Bates and Scott McGorry on SBS On Demand and KO in the evening sessions during the Elite Championships. 3 big days of racing, 3 huge nights. Next 2 new nights are huge as well. So I really look forward to you enjoying it. If you've got people around Australia or around the world who'd like to see the championships, just drop them a text message, drop them an email, give them the link to the AusCycling YouTube channel. We'll be underway very shortly. Welcome our first rider up onto the track. And our Junior Women 19 sprint qualifying from Queensland. Rider number 98 is Madison Smith. Our Queensland rider Madison Smith comes into the home straight now, 2 laps to go. The rider's just going to visualise their ride during this first lap and a half, make sure they're comfortable. The warm-up's done, the training's done. There's been a couple of race nights already. Now it's all about just trying to get on top of that gear and execute the perfect skill set through this build up and then through the final lap. Get everything out of themselves they possibly can. Try and get themselves as high up the seeding of the leaderboard. Smith goes through the 200 heading down the back straight, moving nicely. Very toey in her pedalling style as she goes through the first 100. She'll come into the home straight this time. We'll see where she stops the clock. The next rider out onto the track now from Queensland is Milan Bradshaw. Bradshaw not. Hi, I managed not to bring a radio with. Milan Bradshaw goes across. Top time so far, 12.42. Our next rider out onto the track now from South Australia. This is Paige Squire. She heads down the back straight. Seem to have got all the technical glitches out to all of our AusCycling viewers now. So Milan Bradshaw, the Queenslander, our first rider, 12.248. Then Madison Smith was 12.69. Paige Squire is moving down the back straight nicely. See how she goes through the first 100. Paige Squire moving nicely as she comes into the home straight. She'll come up, stop the clock. Second quickest time for now. Victorian rider just heading down the back straight. This time, this is Alana Lake. Building up pace nicely there through the 200 for Alana as she heads down the back straight. Really moving. See how she is as she comes into the home straight this time. 12.452, third quickest for now for Alana. As we welcome her teammate into the home straight. This is Hope Harnety. Hope Harnedy building up speed nicely here. I'll try and get the best time she possibly can as she goes through the 200 down the back straight. Up on top of the gear nicely. Quickest time through the 100 here for Hope. She'll come down, stop the clock. 12.035 for Hope. Top of the leaderboard for now. Rider number 84 is Natasha Sitsky. Building up pace nicely, heads through the 200. Natasha Sitsky, the ACT rider, very quick. Quickest time through the first 100. We'll see where she can finish off this time. 11.93. Into the home straight now, the Queenslander Olivia Wright. Nice and smooth as she comes up through the 200, moving down the back straight. 11.934 is the quick time at the moment from Natasha Sitsky. She comes through, stops the clock. 11.687 for Olivia Wright, top of the leaderboard for now. A new rider onto the track, just the top of the banking as she starts to make her way into the home straight now. And welcome the rider of Ella Liang. Liang building up pace nicely here. A couple of national titles already this week. One of them an elite one in the team's sprint. Liang moving nicely. Can she get herself into the number one spot here in the qualifying? She heads down the back straight, looking smooth. A little bit of work to do as she comes into the home straight. Nice and strong though, Ella Liang. 11.789. Goes to number 2 for now. 2 riders left to come. We welcome the New South Wales rider, Ebony Robinson. Robinson moving nicely down the back straight through the first 100. Ebony Robinson, can she get herself to the top of the leaderboard here this morning? Yes, she can. 11.59 for Ebony. Our final rider out onto the track now from the ACT. This is Emily Watch. Top time, Ebony Robinson, 11.502. Then Olivia Wright, 11.68. Ella Liang, 11.78. Natasha Sitsky, 11.9. And the rest of our field just in the 12-second zone. Let's see what Emily can produce here. 2 to go. Building pace nicely, nice and smooth as she heads towards the 200 here for Emily Watch. See how she goes through the first 100. Bit of work to do into the home straight here from the rider from the ACT. She'll stop the clock. 11.970 for the 5th quickest of the morning so far. Move on now to our para sprint. WB and MB qualifying, our tandem sprinters. Our first riders to come up on the track. This is Jodie Willis-Roberts with her pilot, Jodie Hayward. 4.5 laps to build up pace and see what they can produce here. Through the 200 now, our tandem pairing. The tandem sprints on today. Of course, we've got a number of very fast tandems to come out onto the track today. They'll come up and they'll stop the clock. 13.72 the first one from Jodie Willis-Roberts and Jodie Hayward. They've got themselves a national championship here this week in the pursuit event. Now, a new team, a new pairing in our tandem setup. We welcome from Victoria. This is Jessica Gallagher. She's being steered, being piloted by Jackie Mengler-Moore of Queensland here. Building up pace nicely here. Jackie Mengler-Moore turned her attention to riding with the tandems for the para team, doing a good job of it too. Jess Gallagher, well established in the tandem racing. Got a real gun sprinter to steer her around the track now in Jackie Mengler-Moore. And they'll go through the first 100. 5.601. We'll come up to stop the clock here. 11.27 for Jess Gallagher and Jackie Mengler-Moore. Our new pairing onto the track now. This is Beau Watton, who's no stranger to this level of event, but he's got a new pilot, both riding in the South Australian colours, but he's got the West Australian, Blake Long, who's piloting him today. Blake Long, one of the up-and-coming speedsters. Got a bit of a twitch in the home straight. Nothing like a twitch on a tandem to wake you up. If they head down the back straight, the pace is on. They rode a great kilo the other day, rode 1:03 in the 1,000-metre time trial. Not that far behind the top pairing of Zachariah and Paris. They'll go through. Let's see how they can travel down the back straight here. Blake Long, Beau Watton, moving nicely. See where they can stop the clock here. Nice and fast. 10.426 for the team from South Australia, Beau Watton and Blake Long. Kane Paris, Luke Zachariah building up pace as they come into the home straight. 2 laps to go for them. One of the great stories of the Paris Paralympics. 2 Paris brothers, one running the 100 metres, one riding the track. Both West Australian Institute of Sport athletes. And Luke Zachariah been piloting Kane Paris for a couple of years. It was a new sport to Kane until he met Luke, and he's got some great mentorship here. Kane Paris, Luke Zachariah, they'll come into the home straight and they go top of the board. 10.19 for Kane Paris and Luke Zachariah.
Excited to hear your story. I thought that was such a good story. No, let emotion get the better of me, and it's David close to everybody. Never get photos away when you feel emotional. Thank you for the photos. No, that's cool. At least me said you want to get really good together. Yeah, I think you.
The next rider, Talia Clayton-Goody, the rider for Victoria, competing in the WC2 category. She's going to come up and get the bell this time, looking to set the fastest time she possibly can. These times all important for qualifying for national team representation as well, at all levels as they race today. Talia goes across 15.238 in WC2 category. The next rider from Queensland, we've got Paige Greco, competing in the WC3 category as she rolls down the back straight. Paige will come up and receive the bell this time. Using the banking nicely as she heads through the 200. Up onto pace nicely. One of our most experienced Paralympians now and most successful. Paige comes up into the home straight. Let's see where she stops the clock. 13.652. Nice ride there for Paige in the WC3 category. We've got 3 riders we're going to contest in the WC4 category today. And the first of those, rider 168 from Victoria, is Sharon Boyd. Sharon Boyd drops into the 200 now as she heads down the back straight. Up on top of the gear, moving nicely. See if she can get herself up into the top couple of spots here in the WC4 category. She'll stop the clock. 13.692 for Sharon. We've got 2 riders to come. And next to those is Emily Petricola, rider 166 from Victoria. Just going out underneath the scoreboard now. And Petricola coming into the home straight now. 1 lap to go. Moving nicely. Sharon Boyd's time so far, 13.692 for Sharon, the first of our WC4 competitors. Emily moving very smoothly through the bend as she comes into the home straight this time. Looking good. Goes across the line. 12.589 for Emily. Our final competitor in the WC4 category to do her qualifying ride. This is Erin Powell from Victoria. Into the home straight this time. Erin Rowell out of the saddle. Into the 200 this time. Moving very nicely, very sharp down the back straight here for Erin. Goes through the first 100. Good time, fastest time through the 100. Going to be strong up the home straight. She comes and stops the clock. 12.618, just outside the time of Emily Petricola. So Emily Petricola is the top seed now in the WC4 category. As we welcome Gordon Allen out onto the track from New South Wales. Great credentialed rider in the para team over the last several years. Building up pace nicely here, Gordon. He's had a good week so far, always on the podium, winning national championships. It's a good contest in the individual pursuit against Darren Hicks. Into the home straight this time. He'll come up and he'll stop the clock. 12.148 for Gordon. Gordon Allen goes in the MC2 category. The next rider that we bring out onto the track from Queensland in the MC3 category, this is Kyle Willis. Kyle moving nicely as he comes through the home straight now. Through the 200, down the back straight. Nice and smooth here from Kyle. Great to see his progression over the last several years here, really moving up the home straight nicely. Going to come and stop the clock. 12.112 for Kyle. Nice riding. This is Max Sudholz from the ACT. Rides in the MC5 category. We're going to have a good contest in the MC5s today because we've got Max Sudholz and Matthew Gray from Western Australia competing here. There's not too much between these two. It's going to be a good contest. As Sudholz comes into the home straight, 2 laps to go. Sudholz building up pace nicely here. Rock solid in the upper body as he heads down the back straight. Really moving nicely here. On top of that gear. Through the bend, holding the line beautifully. Needs to be strong in this last 50 metres. 11.406. Nice ride there from Max Sudholz. Puts him into the number 1 spot in the MC5 and across the board at the moment. We welcome his competitor in this division from Western Australia. This is Matthew Gray. Matt Gray building up pace nicely as he comes through with 1 to go. Nice line down through the 200. Heads down the back straight this time. Can he get himself up over the time of Max Sudholz here? Fastest time at the moment for Matt Gray. Can he position himself in 1 spot? He can. 11.15 for Matt Gray. Corey Boddington leads down the back straight, got the green gloves on, green helmet, very fast bike rider Corey. As he starts to come into the home straight, really moving nicely. So quick, Corey Boddington. Down the back straight now. He competes in the MC4 division, one of the best in the world. Really moving here as he comes through the bend, Corey Boddington. He'll come up, stop the clock. 10.459 for Corey Boddington, sensational. Great qualifying ride. Welcome our next rider out onto the track representing Queensland in the AWII category. This is Ollie Hutchinson. Hutchinson building up pace nicely into the home straight. We've seen Keely Kidkovics go very nicely this week in the AWII competition. Now there's going to be a one-on-one battle with Hutchinson. Hutchinson's going to come in, stop the clock at 13.50. 13.509. There's the next rider in the home straight now. 151 is Keely Kidkovics. Keely Kikovic is rolling down the back straight, making use of the banking. Just to try and get on top of that gear a little bit easier than just using your own legs the entire time. Comes the home straight this time. The bell will sound. 2 national titles in the bag already this week for Keely. He heads down the back straight. Going to go through the first 100. Quickest time between the two, 5.75 here for Keely. Going to stop the clock. 11.541 to go to the top spot for qualification in the AWII division. It's just going to take a moment for our commissaires to reset. Get ready for our next event. We now welcome the next of our qualifying rides to come out onto the velodrome, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Junior Women 19 individual pursuit qualifying, 3,000 metres of the track. We've got 5 heats in all. The top 2 times will race for gold and silver later today. 3rd and 4th fastest will race for the bronze. We welcome Caitlin Rose in the home straight from New South Wales, and in the back straight, Quinn Rothenbuehler from Victoria. Seen great competition all week from all of our divisions, and the Junior Women 19s well and truly at the top of the scale of the racing that we've seen. So a great points race last night. Good contest between Anna Meares and Amelie Sanders, and also Hayley Dell, who got herself up into 3rd place. Only 1 point off the silver medal, just a couple of points off the gold medal. After it looked like this is just going to be a 2-horse race, but clever bike racing from Hayley. Saw her win a sprint, saw her win another sprint, got the big points towards the end. Almost stole the whole show, as the other 2 riders very much concentrated on what they were doing. But Anna Meares adds the points race to other national titles she's already won. And of course, she's the current national road title champion in the under-19s, won that title in Kings Park in Western Australia back in January with the New Look National Road Championships. We get to see a lot of the country in Australia, don't we? Chasing bike races around. National road titles in Western Australia, the track titles up here, the Austral Wheel Race weekend in Melbourne, the Tour Down Under. All corners. Tour of Tasmania, the Q Tour that's taken us back to New South Wales for the National Road Series style stuff. And of course, the Tour of Tasmania as well. You get to see everything in this sport. Caitlin Rose moving nicely in this first qualifying ride. Five laps to go for Caitlin. Through the 2,000 metre mark, 2:35.487 for Caitlin. See how that stands up against the rest of the times. We've got a number of New South Wales riders in the 19 division in the bunch races last night, 6 riders. So good to see we've got so many numbers in the junior categories with a number of these divisions. Rothenbuehler will come through with a lap and a half to go here. Caitlin Rose is going to get the bell, try and finish off her ride as quickly as she can, goes through 3:34 with 1 lap to go. This 3,000 metre journey. Looking to try and get herself around the 3:50 mark, maybe just inside that if she can, as she comes into the home straight to finish off her ride this time. Caitlin Rose, 3:53.849 in the end. And Rothenberger, she goes through 3:59. First heat done. We've got 5 heats in all, and the junior 19 women's individual pursuit qualifying. Try and play it out of this. I don't know.
So they keep cutting off.
Yeah, as soon as you crack.
I know why. I'm currently using this account.
As soon as you press it, it goes. Brilliant. Now move on to the next heat, and we welcome in the back straight from Queensland, Neve Parslow, and in the home straight from New South Wales we have Hayley Dell. Hayley Dell versus Neve Parslow for this heat number 2. Quickest time on the scoreboard at the moment, 3:53. That was done by Caitlin Rose from New South Wales. 118 to 119 here between these two. Good contest. Trying to set the fastest time. Can they get themselves up into the top four? We've got some good riders to come in this group. Schmidtke, Sanders, Wasserbach, Megan Moore, Ali Dell, and Neve Parslow on the track at the moment, and Vanderberg and Anna Dubier. So a number of the South Australian riders all pull out of the scratch race, of the points race last night, which was unfortunate to see. So we hope they're travelling better today, and not unwell. They did win the Teams Pursuit Championship, but then the points race, one by one, we saw them drop down and drop out of the race. Nothing between these two, and now Parslow really starting to move nicely here, the Queenslander. Second quickest on the track at the moment. See if she can get herself up into the top spot. Caitlin Rose has that spot at the moment, 3:53.849. Rose goes through. Now she's got the top spot, 2:34 through the 2,000 metre mark. 2:37 for Hayley Dell. As both these riders have got the points race in their legs from yesterday. Dell going nicely here. Rode brilliantly in the points race last night to get herself up on the podium. It was a great ride. Neve Parslow moving nicely in this matchup. She's going to get 2 laps to go as they head down the back straight this time. One to go now for the Queenslander. She goes through. About 6, travelling about 5 or 6 seconds quicker than the New South Wales rider of Caitlin Rose. So we'll see where she can finish off her time as she heads down the back straight now. Neve Parslow, 3:47.660 for Neve. Hayley Dell's going to come through. She'll stop the clock. 3:56.09. She goes to number 3, but Neve Parslow will go to number 1 for now. Welcome into the back straight. Representing Queensland, this is Megan Moore, and in the home straight, representing South Australia, we welcome Madeline Wasserbach. Heat number 3. Away now in heat number 3, Megan Moore, the Queenslander. Very, very good individual pursuiter. She's going up against Madeline Wasserbach. Madeline, of course, took the Teams Pursuit Championship with the South Australian team, but as I've said, all of the South Australian riders were unable to finish the points race last night, so I hope they're all okay and they're ready to go today. They're all lining up again, so I wish them all the best. It's never a good sign when the whole team pulls out of a race. So I hope there's no illness running through the camp. And she's moving nicely here. Maybe just looking after the legs. A bit of intelligent, athletic prowess going on from the South Australian team. Madeline's moving nicely here. Megan Moore got such a nice position on the pursuit bike, the tall rider. South Australian moving through. Quickest time at the moment. First and second fastest times out on track for these two, about 0.7 difference between them. Madeline leading through. Still got that little bit of an edge over the top of Moore. 0.8 of a second at the moment. So they're travelling at a similar pace. Not getting any further just at the moment, the South Australian. No panic from either coach. Megan Moore just starting to pick up the pace a little bit. But Wasabach moving nicely. I do go on about the coaching staff that we have at this National Championships. I sound like an absolute fanboy when I do, but when you look trackside and see the coaches who are looking after these riders, in the back straight you've got Jordan Kirby, 2017 individual pursuit champion of the world in the home straight. We've got Ash Ankudinoff, winner of so many world championships, Olympic medals and so forth in the women's cycling. One of our leading cyclists for many, many years in the Australian team, and now looking after the South Australian Junior 19 team, and also team coach of the Australian junior team. So there's no shortage of talent in our coaching staff. Moore goes through, and here comes the South Australian. Wasabach really moving nicely here. Got herself in the first position comfortably at the moment. Megan Moore has got herself up into the second quickest time. Just lost that initial distance to the South Australian. Hasn't really lost much more though. Travelling around at about the same pace, but lost that initial 0.7, 0.8 of a second between them. The South Australian really moving nicely with a lap and a half to go in her qualifying ride. Moore, can she lift from here? She usually can. She usually can get herself up into the medal rounds. Madeline goes through. Megan Moore looking for a big finish, being asked for a little bit more from coach in the back straight. Queenslander into the home straight, coming up to half a lap to go. The South Australian goes across. Moore closing the gap here, really trying to get a good time, but Madeline will come into the home straight. Wasabach will come across the line now. Quickest time, 3:44.313. Megan Moore got herself up into second, 3:45.260, with 4 riders still to come. Move on to our second to last heat. Welcome in the back straight from Queensland. This is Amelie Sanders. And in the home straight, representing South Australia, this is Ava Schmidtke. Away now, penultimate heat now. So Amelie Sanders, nice fast start here from her. Sanders and Schmidtke travelling 1 and 2 at the moment, so as you'd expect, as we get closer down to the end of our qualifying heats, the seeding should hold true, and we should be finding that our faster riders are coming out. Certainly the case at the moment, as Sanders and Schmidtke lead the way. Sanders looks so smooth, so swift on the bike as she heads down the back straight. She's going to see 5 laps to go for her. Schmidtke moving nicely. She sees 5 to go this time, but Sanders going a bit better than everybody out on track at the moment. See how she is through the 2000. We'll get an idea of how far she is in front of the rest at the moment. 2:25. Nice piece of riding here, 2:28 for Schmidtke, so well inside the time so far that we've seen set of Wasbash and Megan Moore. How can she hold on to it over this last bit, because this is a good looking time from Amelie Sanders. And we're looking around the mid-30s at the moment for the Queenslander. She'll go into the back straight this time. She'll start to see her opponent. 2 laps to go for her. Looking around sub-35 pace at the moment for Sanders. She is moving beautifully. Chases out after Ava Schmidtke. She'll come through with 1 lap to go. Sitting up around about a 3:37 pace here. Sanders, we'll see what she can finish off with. Can she get herself as close to that 35 marker as she possibly can? She'll come through and stop the clock, 3:36.997. Over Schmidtke will come round. Can she get herself into the top 2 here? Schmidtke just drops out, 3:44.801 for Schmidtke. Just 0.5 of a second behind her teammate Washabash. So Sanders goes to 1 with a 3:36. And the 2 South Australians, Washabach 44, over Schmidtke at 44, and then Megan Moore at 45.2. Very close in that top 4, but we've still got our final heat to come. We now welcome our final heat in the Junior Women 19 Individual Pursuit qualifying. In the back straight, we welcome the rider from New South Wales. This is Anna Dubier. In the home straight, from South Australia, Liani Vanderberg. So away now, the final heat of Junior Women 19 qualifying. Two of our best in the country for several years through the 17 ranks and into the 19s. Vanderberg, the South Australian, and Dubier, the New South Wales rider. If you're listening to the AusCycling YouTube channels over the last little while, and his older brother, Andre Dubier, taking up a little bit of commentary, helped me out here during the Oceania Championships. It was great fun. And then went on to do the NJTS. He's not doing the commentary this week. He's decided to take the easy way out and just go and race his bike for the New South Wales team over the next few nights. He's taken the easy way out of things. He'd rather race than stand up here and commentate doing the hard yards. Great big start here from Vanderberg. To a very quick start indeed. She's travelling number 1 on the track at the moment. Bit of work here to be done by Dubier, but all 3 South Australian riders in the points race last night all dropped out. Now there are 2 of them are sitting in the top 3 and another one sitting top of the leaderboard at the moment out on track. Vanderberg. They came with a plan and quite a packed program of events this week. Dubier just travelling around the 5th position at the moment. A lot of work to do over the second part of the journey, but she's a road rider, won the points race last night. She definitely finishes nicely if she's got the legs here today. But she's points racing, scratch racing, teams pursuit, now individual pursuit. Big program. And of course, these riders have been taking part in the Pro Velo Road Series as well. Great big summer of cycling. It really started back in the end of November for a lot of these riders as we start to finish off the month of December. We come through the first 2,000 metres. Vanderberg, she's on the same pace as Amelie Sanders here. She's gone through in 2:24. Anna Dubier, she's sitting herself in around 5th, so she's sort of around about that mid to high 45s, 47s at the moment, as where Vanderberg has got herself down around the 35, 36 for the moment, as long as she can bring it home over these last few laps. Just being asked for a little bit more from the coach here in the home straight. Vanderberg will come through this time with 1 lap to go. Bit of work to do to get herself inside that 3:37 pace. We'll see where she can stop the clock here, Vanderberg. Can she go faster than Sanders? 3:37.012, just outside the time of Amelie Sanders, but when I say just outside, 0.99 versus 0.01. Dubier goes across the line. 6th place in the end with 3:47. But not even a click of the fingers between Amelie Sanders and Liane Vanderberg. 3:36.997 for the Queenslander, and Vanderberg, the South Australian, 3:37.012. Then we go back to 3rd and 4th. The other 2 South Australians, Madeline Wasserbash, 3:44.313, and Ava Schmidtke, 3:44.801. So we're going to have 2 fantastic medal finals a bit later on today from our junior women 19s. First of our finals to come on the track today. This is the Para AWII Individual Pursuit Gold Medal Ride. And Ollie Hutchinson from Queensland will be taken to the track to set a time for the National Championship. First time we've seen Ollie Hutchinson race here this week as part of the para group. Looking down the back straight this time, Hutchinson moving nicely, setting a steady tempo throughout. Come through this time with getting 2 laps to go. Half a lap to go now for Ollie as he moves his way through the bend up into the home straight. Come up and finish off his ride. 4:35.424. That's the AWII individual pursuit ride for Ollie Hutchinson from Queensland. We move forward now to our Junior Women 19 sprint round number 1. Our first two riders, our top two qualifiers, were Ebony Robinson and Olivia Wright. They get a bye for this round. So we welcome heat number 3 up onto the track. Rider number 98 from Queensland is Madison Smith, and her opponent, rider number 94, is Ella Liang. Smith in the white helmet and Liang in the black helmet. Two to go. Smith leads through. Ella Liang, both these riders got themselves on the podium in the team sprint last night. Ella Liang riding as part of the elite team that took the championship. Underneath Maddie Smith as she comes up to the home straight. A little bit down the way in qualifying here this today, Ella Liang, so she'll be looking to make amends on that. She's moving nicely here. Smith tries to get up into the slipstream. She can get to the slipstream, but Liang's going to be a little bit too strong from the front there. She'll go through to the quarterfinals. Smith will join us in the repechage. Heat number 4 up onto the track. Welcome from the ACT. This is Natasha Sitsky. Her opponent from Victoria is Alana Lake. Sitsky leads down the back straight. No pace on, just has to go at walking pace for this first half lap. She was the faster qualifier of these two, so she has a bit of confidence about it. Alana Lake, though, very experienced rider in the junior ranks, racing in younger categories, now up into still one of the young categories in the 19s, but seen her progress nicely over the years, the young Victorian rider. And come up to the home straight. Sitsky just holding her up on the fence. Takes a lot of skill to be able to ride your bike that slowly at the top of the banking the way they do. It's got to give her room to be able to get out though, so she's just got to keep the pace up so that if Lake decides to go, she's got to really accelerate hard. Just shutting the door a little bit there, shuts it a bit too much. Now Alana Lake gets underneath. Good riding here from the Victorian. Just turn the front wheel up ever so slightly. It's just enough pace to rub off and then get through the gap. But they head down the back straight now. Lake on the front. Got Sitsky on the hip. Sitsky's going to use the banking to try and get past in the home straight, and she does so. Natasha Sitsky takes that ride and goes into the quarterfinals. Alana Lake will join us in the repechage. Move on to our next heat now. We welcome from South Australia. This is Paige Squire. And from the ACT, this is Emily Watch. A little bit of room being given here to Paige Squire by Emily Watch as they roll it out of the back straight. Paige Squire going to keep a good eye on it. Doesn't want to get caught out with Emily Watch giving it too much space and then getting the opportunity to just run at her, build up pace without really realising it's happening. They'll build pace now. They'll start to build into the home straight. Squire having a good look over her shoulder here. Emily Watch has got up to the hip. Can she get past? Good riding here from Emily Watch. Up round the outside as they head down the back straight. Paige Squire didn't quite have the speed on at one to go, but Watch took full advantage of that. She's going to come through and take round number one. So Emily Watch progresses into the quarterfinals. Paige Squire will have to try and come back through the repechage with a few others. Good sprinting there from Emily Watch, the ACT rider. We're going to move on to heat number 6 now. And welcome our riders up onto the track. Representing Queensland, we have Milan Bradshaw. Representing Victoria, we have Hope Harnety. Bradshaw rolls away, making sure that Hope can't roll away before her there. Just good tactics from the Queenslanders as they rolled away. And just to go at walking pace. It's the one-on-one riding that really makes you the sprinter. Qualifying's wonderful. You've got to be fast. However, you've got to be able to ride against your opponent in the one-on-one racing. If you can't time it correctly, if you can't take on the shoulder-to-shoulder action, there's really no point to it. You go back to time trialling. So it's all in the art form of sprinting. Good riding here by Harnety, the Victorian, just making Bradshaw think about her tactics on the front there, trying to dictate terms to her from second wheel. Start doing a few different things. It just takes the vision and just the thought process away from the leading rider. They'll come to the home straight this time. Bradshaw quite happy at the moment. Got Harnety where she wants her. Needs some more pace on it, one to go. Keeping her high, which is what she needs to do. They head down the back straight. Harnety wasn't able to get around the outside. That was a good piece of riding there by the Queenslander. Put her on the hip as they come into the home straight. Bradshaw hanging on nicely here. Good riding. Milan Bradshaw. beats the higher seeded rider in her first round. She'll go through to the quarterfinals. We'll see Hope Arnady trying to come back through the repechage a little bit later. Good sprinting there from Bradshaw. We'll move on to the first of our best of three rides, the AWII Paris Sprint Final. We welcome our first team up onto the track in Queensland. This is the team of Jodie Willis-Roberts and Jodie Hayward. And their opponents, Jessica Gallagher from Victoria and her pilot, Jackie Mengler-Moore. They head down the back straight this time. Mengler-Moore, the pilot of Jess Gallagher there. It's only over 3 laps of this one. They'll come to the home straight, get 2 to go this time. And Mengler-Moore and Gallagher considerably quicker than their opponents. Bend out, lead out. It's the secret to the tandem sprinting at this level. And Mengler-Moore and Gallagher. No messing around here. They're going to get on with the job. They're going to win this, and they're going to win the next one. Gold medal on the horizon. And moving nicely, swiftly through the 200 as they head down the back straight this time. The more established, experienced pairing of this two teams with the new, more inexperienced team. So they'll take the first one. And Mengler-Moore and Jess Gallagher, they'll take ride number 1 in this best of 3. We move on to our Junior Women 19 repechage, number 1. Welcome our riders up onto the track. Rider 108 from Victoria is Alana Lake, and 107 from Victoria is Hope Harnety. Winner goes through to the quarterfinals. Alana Lake's drawn the front spot. She will lead away. Pretty much sudden death sprinting these first couple of rounds, round 1 and then the qualifying, or the repechage ride. So you try and get your tactics absolutely perfect here. Quarterfinals, it's the best of 3, so a slight opportunity to correct mistakes, but they'll come through this time with 2 laps to go. Alana Lake just keeping a good eye on Hope Harnety as they roll through this time. Head down the back straight. Got to keep your pace on in the lead out. Got to make sure you're nice and close from second wheel so you can use the track to your advantage. They'll come in open track at the stayers line as they head down to the bell lap this time. Alana Lake had Hope Harnety pinned up over the top of it where she wanted her to be. Now head down the back straight this time. Moving nicely. Alana Lake leading the way in front of Hope Harnety as they'll come through the bend this time. Alana Lake hanging on. Hope Harnety going to try and get to her on the line. Just going to miss out by about half a wheel. So Alana Lake will find herself in the quarterfinals. Second of our repechages comes out onto the track now. We welcome from Queensland. This is Madison Smith, and from South Australia, Paige Squire. Maddie Smith leads as they come into the home straight at this time. Just laying off nicely, Paige Squire. They'll come through with 2 laps to go here. The winner will go into the quarterfinals. Loser will get to ride for a place. It's non-championship, but Paige Squire is going to try and get herself up into this top 8 riders, along with Maddie Smith as they come into the home back straight, lap and a half to go. Building pace nicely at the front. Saw the South Australian was going high to try and dive bomb here. Smith just getting on with it. Maddie Smith doing the right thing. She saw her opponent try to climb the track, try and get some height to use the banking. She's still going to use the banking though, the South Australian, as they go to the back straight. Too strong up round the outside here. Paige Squire makes it comfortable in the end for Paige Squire as she comes across the line. Finds herself in the quarterfinals. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the Junior Men 19 Team Pursuit qualifying now. The top two teams will go to the gold final. The third place will receive the bronze medal here. Our first team to come out onto the track. Heat number 1, please welcome the team of Western Australia, represented by Ryan Death, Jacques O'Neill, Patrick Szukowski and Toby Gallagher. So the tough job for the West Australian team. First team out on the track. Got to try and set the absolute quickest time they can here. No holding back whatsoever. The next two teams, I'll be able to see this ride, judge their effort against it. And if they can think they can save their legs a bit for the final, they will do. And the West Australian team is absolutely flat out here to see if they can do a time that will put them up into the top two spots. We've got South Australia and Queensland to follow. Moving nicely at the moment, this young West Australian team. And through the first two laps, 52 seconds. 51.999, so we'll say 52. We'll see how they go through the first 1,000 metres here. They're moving nicely. Unfortunately, our split times just not working for the moment. West Australian team, they'll come into the home straight. 4 riders still together, moving nicely. Come through now, 9 laps to go. Split time's coming back to us now. 1:53 for the first 7 as they travel through. The fourth rider just getting himself back up into the slipstream here. They'll come through. Halfway point for the WA team. We'll see how they're travelling. 2:09.815. So moving very sharply indeed. This young team down to 3 riders. Common tactic in teams pursuiting. To end up with just the 3 riders. They'll go through. See how they can move over the second part of the journey here. The team from WA, 6 to go as they come through. Szukowski swings up, comes down to the back of the group now. Gallagher, I think it is. He moves himself to the front now. And Jacques O'Neill in second wheel. Still moving nicely at the WA team. See how they travel through the 3,000 metre. They were nice through 2,000 metre. 3:13. This is a good ride here by the juniors from WA. Trying to get themselves inside the 3:20 area. Trying to get themselves inside the 4:20 area, should I say, over the 4,000 metres. They're doing a good job of it. Getting a little bit tough out there, 2 to go. Third rider just making sure he gets himself onto the back of the group. They'll come in this time with 1 lap to go. West Australian team toughed it out, going nicely. Head down the back straight, trying to set the fastest time they can here. The team from WA being led and through the bend. They're going to stop the clock. A nice ride. 4:19.743 for the team from WA. Move on to our next team out onto the track now. We welcome the team of South Australia. Team of Will Brown, Alec Guglielmucci, Jack Sloan and Oliver Ward. South Australia underway. 4:19.74 is what they have to get underneath to make the final here. We've already seen the junior women 19 team from South Australia take the championship last night. South Australian teams always turn out good team sprint, good teams pursuit teams at the national level. Great history out of South Australia in elite teams pursuiting as well. Of course, home of the AWII for so many years, back through the 80s and 90s. Now home of the Australian cycling team as well. Endurance, the track sprinting, that tends to have changed somewhat. They'll be moving up to Queensland, the track sprinters. Looking good, this South Australian team, as they come into the home straight. It was a very good fast start from the West Australian team. But South Australia go to top of the leaderboard now, 107.53. So they'll be travelling nicely here. See how they go through the 2,000 metre. We'll get an idea of the sort of time that they're setting through the 1,000 metre once they're up and rolling. Of course, the standing starts at 107 tend to look a few seconds under that when they negative split it. Once they start rolling in the team's pursuit, of course, the elite teams really start to motor, as we saw with the Queensland team last night, getting themselves a championship record in 3:55. And that was some 4 seconds underneath the old championship record. This has stood for a very long time. You see the elite teams going through in 58-second 1,000-metre rides after they've gotten through the first starting kilometre. We'll see what the juniors can do here. They went through 107 through the first 1,000. They go through the second 1,000, now 207. So they've done a 1 minute flying 1,000 metre here. That's a good piece of riding here from a junior team. They're down to 3 riders though. They go through 207 for the first, as opposed to the West Australian team who went through in the 212 area. Really moving nicely, but only 3 riders on a very, very quick pace here, these young guys. Their coach, Olympic champion and a World Teams Pursuit champion, Brett Aitken calling them all the shots. And of course, Brett Aitken, he was in the under-19 division, took all before him in teams pursuing, points race riding, scratch races. So lots of experience from the coaching staff in South Australia. They'll come through with 1,000 metres to go. We have a look at the time to see how they're travelling through. 3:09. Still moving nicely there. Well inside the time of Western Australia for now. Just need to keep all three riders together. Keep them all safe and sound. Third rider, just a little bit more work to do to get back up onto the wheel. Let's see how they can position themselves against the final team that will come out. South Australia go through. 2 laps to go. Of course, they've got the Queensland team that's going to come out last onto the track, and that is a very handy team indeed when you start looking through the list of riders. They'll come in now with 1 lap to go. South Australia putting on a good show here, going to get themselves up into the fastest qualifying time to start the day. Looking at around the 4:10, 4:11 mark here. Really moving nicely, the South Australians. Can they get into single digits even as they come up to the line? South Australia go across 4:11.868. And they go to the top of the leaderboard. The Western Australia's at 4:19. Just Queensland to come in this qualifying round. Move on to our final team, the Junior Men 19 Teams Pursuit qualifying here. We welcome the team of Queensland, represented by Alex Hughes, Sam Hilditch, Toby Jones and Tom Waits. Queensland team out to a nice start here. They'll come up to see how they're going through that first 1,000 metres. 1:06.19, so a second inside the time of South Australia. Well-drilled squad. Coach Jordan Kirby on the inside of the track. Travel down the back straight, moving very nicely indeed. Gets the best out of the Queensland endurance riders, does Jordan Kirby in the coaching realm. Toby Jones moving very nicely. He's already won the individual pursuit this week. Big couple of nights of racing ahead, or 2 nights, and we've got all day Sunday as well, so plenty to come. A lot of good bunch racing still to come, especially in our elite categories. The elite Kierans as well. Time trials on their way. Everything to get excited about. A little bit ragged that time up the home straight, the Queensland team, but it's because they're on a very good time. 2:06, still travelling. That second inside the South Australian time. It's a good qualifying ride by the South Australians. Queensland go down to 3 riders now. 4:11.86 is the time to beat. That's what the South Australians were able to produce very nicely as well. Bit of pressure on here. This is something the opposing coaches will be looking at just to see how this team goes. If they're going to set a time similar to what your team does, you want to see if there's any little chinks in the armour where you can put pressure on through 2,500, 3,000 metres in these rides. Whether it's the sort of thing you'd be looking for, hoping. Queensland will come through this time. 4 laps to go. Have a look to see what the time is. Still moving quicker, 3:06.9. So it's an almost identical time to the South Australian team here. The Queenslanders just edging them ever so slightly at the moment. But I wouldn't say it's enough to feel comfortable about if it was a final. But this isn't the final. This is the qualifying. All you've got to do is qualify. So you just never know. Queensland might have plenty more. Then again, so might South Australia, because they knew they could get inside the time of the West Australian team, which they did. They head down the back straight this time. They'll come up into the home straight with 1 lap to go for the Queensland team. The bell sounds. Big turn of pace being done. They're just starting to fall apart a little bit in this last lap. But it's going to be okay. They go across. Look at the time from Queensland. 4:07.509. It just goes to show how they travel over that last 6 laps. So sharp. Just on the phone.
On airplane mode. Bluetooth is off. There's no need for it. Everything's downloaded.
I wasn't even paying attention because I'm just doing these. Then the girls from the other side said, "Oh, it's not working." Sorry for the delay, ladies and gentlemen, joining us on the AusCycling YouTube channel as well. There has been a change to the 2 repechage heats, the 2 repechages that we have seen. They have been called null and void. Now we move on to the repechages again with a change of lineup. So forget the first and second repechages that we've had. We now have repechage number 1 coming up onto the line. This will be between the South Australian, Paige Squire, and the Victorian, Alana Lake. So Squire leads this time. She got herself up into the quarterfinals. That has now been, the red line has been put through it. Both repechages now get rerun and with different opponents, as we had the 2 Victorians against each other in the other one. But it was Alana Lake and Paige Squire who had moved themselves into the quarterfinals. Now they find each other racing for that spot again. Quite the discussion was being had with our coaches and commissaires. So somebody spotted something amiss. Now it's been rectified. We race again. They head down the back straight with 1.5 laps to go. Paige Squire has Alana Lake up on the outside of her as they start to build pace into the home straight. Paige Squire not moved yet, neither does Alana Lake. Now Paige Squire moves. Alana Lake going to get herself into the slipstream here and try and come out of it if she can down the back straight. Squire leads strongly from the front. The work being done by Alana Lake up round the outside as they come into the home straight. Squire hanging on. Lake too quick up round the outside. So Alana Lake retrieves her spot in the quarterfinals. Paige Squire misses out. Move on to repechage number 2 now. Welcome from Queensland, Madison Smith, and from Victoria, Hope Harnety. Both these riders getting another opportunity to see if they can get themselves up into the quarterfinals here. Alana Lake, she's safe again. She stays in the quarterfinals. Madison Smith leads away in front of Hope Harnety. No pace on the front straight that time. Smith trying to just go up to Harnety. They move down the back straight. Smith still taking control of things. Harnety trying to get herself up round the outside. Can she get there? Making it an early long sprint here, the 2. Plenty of track to move. Madison Smith doing the right thing. keeping Hope Harnity up on the outside of her as they head down the back straight this time. All the work to do for Hope Harnity. Maddie Smith, can she make the most of this second opportunity here in the repechage? They come into the home straight. The Queenslander going to be too strong. No, Hope Harnity up round the outside. Hope Harnity closing speed was very good. She finds herself in the quarterfinals now. So for those of you who are following our results.auscycling.org.au program of events through the day, and for those of you joining us in the grandstand also, we have a rearranging now of our events for the final part of the program today. So I'll read those out to you now. The program is going to move around. The next event will be event 189, the Elite Women's Time Trial Qualifying. Then it will be 188A, then 190, then 188 round 1, 191, 192, then 188 round number 2, then 194, and then 188 round 3 if required. So I'll say those numbers again so you can try and jot them down. The next event will be now event number 189, then 188A, 190, 188 round 1, 191, 192, then 188 round 2, then 194, and then if required 188 round 3. So as you would have heard, we move on to event 189, and this is the qualifying for our Elite Women's 1,000 metre time trial. We welcome our first rider up onto the track. Please welcome from Tasmania, Rosie Jackson. Rosie Jackson is our first rider to get herself underway here. The Elite Women's qualifying. 1,000 metre time trial. 9 heats in all. What a big difference it is in the Elite Women's time trial now. What used to be 500 metres, last year it was 500 metres. Changes by the UCI has made this event now 1,000 metres. And of course a qualifying ride as well. Top 8 riders will ride in the final. It's quite a big jump, 500 to 1,000 metres in just a short space of time for any rider. And now worldwide, we see the changes that have been made in the elite women's track cycling. 1,000 metres for the individual time trial. They've gone to 4,000 metres in the individual pursuit. 1 lap to go now for Rosie Jackson as she comes through, the Tasmanian rider. First time to be set. Comes down, stops the clock. 1 minute 17.607 for Jackson. Move on to heat number 2 now in the back straight. From Western Australia, we welcome AWII Carr. In the home straight from Victoria, we welcome Ruby McLean. Away in heat number 2 now, 1,000 metres to go. Quickest time so far, 1:17.607. That's the time of Rosie Jackson. And now we've got the Victorian Ruby McLean coming into the home straight this time. Nice standing start here from Ruby. Her opponent is AWII Carr from Western Australia. The Victorian just a little bit in front of the West Aussie for now. Now drops back into second place, 38.8 for AWII Carr as she went through that first 500. And she's got the better of Ruby McLean for this heat number 2. 1 lap to go for the West Australian, 1 lap to go for the Victorian as they go through. AWII Carr travelling in the top time for now. Trying to get herself as low down into the single digits as she possibly can. 112.82 for AWII Carr, 114 for Ruby McLean. Heat 3 coming out onto the track now. We welcome in the back straight representing Queensland. This is Emma Stevens. In the home straight representing Victoria, we have Ning Chen. Emma Stevens moving nicely. Ning Chen also. Both riders just on the standard handlebar setup for this one. Something that we're seeing creep back in, just a standard handlebar setup over the last 18 months. Riders not making the investment in the tri-bar setup or the ski style handlebar setup that we have in time trialing and individual pursuiting. Obviously feel that that's a better way for them to go. They'll come into the home straight this time with 1 lap to go. Travelling first and second at the moment, Emma Stevens and Ning Chen. Stevens, half a lap to go, moving nicely. She's rode brilliantly, taking a national title in the team sprint last night. Rode brilliantly in the sprint championship as well. She'll stop the clock. In the end, I didn't quite touch the tape. We'll get the updated time of Emma Stevens shortly. The time of Ning Chen was 1:13.45. 1:12.60 for the time of Emma Stevens. We move on to heat number 4. Welcome in the back straight from Queensland. This is Sophie Watts. In the home straight from South Australia, we have Summer Nordmeyer. Heat 4 underway. Sophie Watts moving nicely. Saw her have a crash in the individual sprint final the other night. Silver medal out of it. Didn't see her in the team sprint. You see her bandaged up on the knee, but she is flying through this first couple of laps here. She'll hit the back straight with 2 laps to go. Sophie Watts, Summer Nordmeyer, a bit of work to do here. More of an individual pursuiter, but the individual pursuit riders giving the 1,000-metre time trial a go here in the elite women's category. Why wouldn't you? It's going to suit you quite well. Used to going that further distance. Sophie Watts comes into the home straight. She flew over that first couple of laps. You can see the damage that a 1,000-metre time trial can do to a rider. And she just starts to ball up a little bit, tighten up as she heads down the back straight. She's going to finish off with a good ride though. Goes through 1:09.18 for Sophie Watts, 1:10.76 for Summer Nordmeyer. Move on to our next heat. This is heat number 5 of 9. We welcome the back straight from Queensland. This is Danica Blinko. And in the home straight from South Australia, we have Odette Lynch. Away again. Expect a good fast start here from Danica Blinko, the sprinter. Moving nicely down the back straight. Get herself in front of Odette Lynch, but Odette Lynch, the pursuiter, expect her to get up onto a pace that doesn't tend to slow down. Blinko goes through. First 500. Nice ride, 36.6. Second to Sophie Watts to that point. Odette Lynch, though, she's got herself up into third through that first part of the journey. They'll come through this time to get 1 lap to go, these 2 riders. And Lynch starting to come back in a big way. Second fastest at the moment, 53.650. The difference between the sprinters and the pursuiters over this new distance. Odette Lynch really not slowing down at all. And she'll start to come into the home straight. This time the South Australian. Where can she stop the clock? 1:10.09. Danica Blinko goes across. 1:13.276. Good ride there from Odette Lynch. Gets herself up into the second spot for now. Looking for the top 8 to qualify to the final. Next up, heat number 6. This is one of the heats I've been looking forward to seeing. We welcome in the back straight from the ACT. This is Lauren Bates, and in the home straight, we welcome Nicole Duncan from New South Wales. Duncan and Bates away now. Top time so far is that of Sophie Watts, 109.186. Then we've got Odette Lynch on 110.09, Summer Nordmeyer on 110.76, and then we start to get into the 12s and 13s as we start going down the list. Looking for a good contest between these two, Lauren Bates and Nicole Duncan. Duncan's flown here this week, really been riding well. She goes through the first 500, 37. Lauren Bates goes through 37.7. I don't expect either of these riders to slow down greatly over the last 500 metres though. Duncan comes through, goes up to second spot for now, 52.6. Bates goes up to third spot. Neither rider slowing down. Duncan definitely not, and I think Bates is actually lifting over this last part of the journey. Nicole Duncan will come into the home straight. Bates heads to the back straight finish line. They'll go to the line. Duncan goes 1. Bates goes to 3. 109.108 for Nicole Duncan. Lauren Bates goes 109.48. She goes to number 3 for now, just behind the time of Sophie Watts. This is the qualifying top 8 will go through. G'day, mate. Good, Matt. Oh, nice. You're running all that?
Doing the lighting, yeah.
Sweet as. Cool.
Oh, just put the mic back up.
Which one?
This one here. We
Yeah,
can patch it in.
Yeah, it's been patched in, so that mic is that straight, and that's just the line. We move on to our next heat. We're going to be welcoming in the back straight from Victoria, Alessia McCaig, and in the home straight from Western Australia, we welcome Christine Perkins. Just waiting on Christine Perkins to come to the line. Unfortunately, a puncher just as they're about to get onto the line. So Christine's going to set up into the starting gate. Once again, we get ready for our next heat. Mechanical issues are taken care of. We welcome in the back straight Alessia McCaig of Victoria. In the home straight, we welcome Christine Perkins of Western Australia. Both away now. Christine Perkins, she's found herself in the role of starter for the Australian team sprint team recently. One of the fastest riders in that spot in the world at the moment. And of course, Alessia McCaig, the new queen of track sprinting in Australia, the Australian sprint champion now, back to back. Expect the first 500 to be very rapid from both of these riders. Perkins will come through into the home straight. Standing start was perfect. 34.74 for the second lap here. 35.4 for McCaig. The work to go through this last 500 though, it changes the game here in this time trial situation for these riders. McCaig now comes back on Perkins. McCaig starting to really motor through this last part, trying to get herself the top time she can. Perkins just tying up a little bit in the back straight now. It's tough work, the 1,000-metre time trial. McCaig's going to come up. Where can she stop the clock? 1:08.14. 1:11.2 for Christine Perkins, but Alessia McCaig was so strong over that last lap and a half. She goes to the top of the leaderboard for now, 1:08.14. Now, penultimate heat in qualifying comes out onto the track now, ladies and gentlemen, in the back straight. From Western Australia, we welcome Sally Carter. And in the home straight from South Australia, we welcome Brianna Hargrave. Penultimate heat out on the track. We have a look at number 8 at the moment is Emma Stevens on a 1:12.60. So that's in the 8th spot. Perkins is in 1:11.29 in the 7th spot at the moment, with just 4 riders still to come. 4th and 11th in the first lap for these two. Brianna Hargrave moving nicely as she comes into the home straight this time. Sensational in 500 and also in the team sprints, Brianna Hargrave. Sally Carter just in 11th spot through that first 2 laps, but team's pursuiter, individual pursuiter, she'll be strong over the last half, one would think. Hargrave will come through this time with 1 lap to go. She was 4th, she stays 4th at the moment, 52.45. Sally Carter's only got herself up to 10th. She's got to really go over this last half a lap here, Carter. Brianna Hargrave comes into the home straight. Hanging on to a nice ride here, Hargrave. Where's she going to stop the clock? 1:09.6. Sally Carter gets herself into 1:10.8. And Hargrave goes to 5th spot, so she'll be safe into the final this evening. Sally Carter is in 8th spot with 2 riders to come. Perkins, Stevens and Carr all drop out of those top 8 spots. Final heat coming out onto the track now. We welcome in the back straight from Tasmania, Lauren Perry, and in the home straight we welcome from the ACT, this is Claudia Marks. Away now, Claudia Marks, very good individual pursuit, a very strong rider over the last part of the journey. Needs to get out quick. Lauren Perry, former individual junior world pursuit champion, has turned her attention to riding the sprint events. This event could be right up her alley here, the Tasmanian. Well, what a great ride we've seen so far from Alessia McCaig in the qualifying. 1:08.14 for McCaig. These two through the first lap reasonably well. They need to move through the 500 a bit better, and they do, because Marks goes from 7th to 4th. Perry goes from 6th to 5th. They've got to be strong over the last part of the journey, though. Claudia Marks moving well. So is Lauren Perry, going with her at this stage. They'll come up with 1 lap to go. Claudia Marks flying up into 3rd place now. Perry into 5th, trying to get themselves into the top 8. Remember, this is just the qualifying. Claudia Marks moving still very well. Lauren Perry, she's going to get into the 8. Got a bit of work to do before tonight, but Claudia Marks, she'll come up and she'll stop the clock in the top time for Claudia Marks. She just never slowed down, 1:07.592. And Lauren Perry kept on getting faster and faster, 1:09.181. So Claudia Marks goes into the final tonight, 0.6 of a second clear of the rest of the field. So we now move on to the next event on the program, which on our, as you know, a program changed around a little bit. So 188A on our start list today. This will be the ride-off in our non-championship placing sprint. This will be for 9th and 10th. And we'll be welcoming back Paige Squire from South Australia and Maddie Smith from Queensland. Paige Squire's drawn the front spot. She'll lead away the first time. This to basically position the riders in 9th and 10th as they go. It's been a little bit disruptive, the sprint today. Had the repechages, had to rerun the repechages and change the lineups. These riders got to bounce back from a bit of adversity here, which is commendable for all parties. Paige Squire at one stage today, she was in the quarterfinals. Now she finds herself trying to race for 9th and 10th place as they head down the back straight. Maddie Smith up behind the wheel, giving her no room whatsoever to spot her. Now she starts to gain a little bit of height. The secret to the rider in second wheel, do something a little bit different, just to take the line of thought away from your opponent. Lead rider, they'll have a plan in place when they lead, where they want to start to speed up or slow down. Coming to the home straight, Maddie Smith goes to the front. Paige Squire quite happy to drop into the wheel. The element of surprise is what she'll be looking for now as they start to head towards a lap and a half to go. Squire goes up high. Not enough pace on the front from Maddie Smith to be able to put her under any pressure at that point of the ride. Squire got a good height here, laying off a fair bit. Smith leads up with 1 lap to go, losing sight of the South Australian a little bit. Paige Squire engaged the whole run down the banking the way she might have. They head to the back straight this time. Now she's underway though, the South Australian. Got a fair bit on it as well as she comes into the home straight. But Smith gets on top of the gear now. Squire going to try and take her in the home straight, but Smith got on top of the gear finally. Takes that one by half a wheel. So Madison Smith will end up 9th in the championship. Paige Squire will end up 10th. We now move on to race number 2 in our Paris Sprint WB final, our women's tandem. Race 1 was won by Jess Gallagher and Jackie Mangler-Moore. Their opponents, Jodie Willis-Roberts and Jodie Hayward. Jodie Willis-Roberts and Jodie Hayward, new to the sprinting para world. And of course, going up against the very experienced Jessica Gallagher, many world championship and para Olympics attendances by Jess, very successful at the international level, and she's got a new partner on the front of the bike, Jackie Mangler-Moore, who was seen race here in the elite categories in the individual sprint over the last several years. Well, she's going to now try her hand at being the pilot to Jess Gallagher. A good time to do it too. Get themselves ready for LA in 28. And all the World Championship and Nation Cup events in between. So they'll lead through. There is quite a bit of difference between these two teams. Yes, speed and power, but it's also experience and longevity of riding in these events. And of course, as you would understand with the para disciplines, it takes a little while. We don't always get, it's not a question of just get on the bike and become good. You've got to get used to your partner. You've got to get used to how the bike handles. And they're doing a great job of it this week, Jodie Willis-Roberts and Jodie Hayward. They've got a national title this week in the individual pursuit. They've got a medal in the time trial. They're getting another medal here. But put your hands together for Jackie Mangler-Moore and Jess Gallagher. Another national championship for them. They've ridden some good times here today as well. And Jodie Willis-Roberts and Jodie Hayward, welcome to the racing world and well done. Another medal here this week. Well, now we finally get to see the Junior Women 19 Sprint quarterfinals come out onto the track. These girls were ready 45 minutes ago. You would think now it's about the right time, but there was a change in the program. So you've got to be prepared when you come to the track, when you're racing, to be able to bend like bamboo and sort out the changes as you need to. But this is going to be heat number 1, race number 1, between our fastest qualifier from New South Wales, Ebony Robinson, And the lady who's made her way back the hard way through the repechage, or two, from Victoria, Hope Harnety. Hope's drawn the front spot. Ebony Robinson follows on as they leave the start-finish line. Ebony Robinson on some great form at the AWII Championships. She's brought that form here to the National Championships as well. They'll roll into the home straight. Robinson laying off Harnety here, just seeing if she can saunter into going a little bit earlier. Some riders, they'll just lay that little bit further off when they have confidence about how they're going, just to see if their opponent will make it a really long one. It puts their opponent into a real confused situation. Do I go? Do I not? Are they paying attention? Are they just playing with me? Hope Harnety, she's going to get underway with things, has a last look over the shoulder as they come up with 1 lap to go, but Robinson gave herself plenty of room to get that gear going, and she's going to get up round the outside of Hope as they head down the back straight. Hope Harnety didn't have the pace for that one, so the number 1 seed is going to have a look over the shoulder and come across the line, take that one out for now. She's got one more like that to do before she can get herself to the semi-finals. Now move on to heat number 2, race number 1. Welcome our riders up onto the track from Queensland. This is Olivia Wright, and from Victoria we welcome back Alana Lake. Olivia Wright rolls away. The faster of the 2 qualifiers, Alana Lake. She's won a few races here this morning to put herself into the quarterfinals. Of course, all of those rides, every ride that you do just gets into your legs that little bit more, especially with the sprinters. It's become such a power game, the sprint competition. And if you know anything about powerlifting, there's only so many times you can lift that heavy weight, which is their gear ratio, throughout the day. They'll come up this time with 2 laps to go. Olivia just losing sight of Alana for a second. They head down underneath the scoreboard. Right, just having a look over the shoulder, keeping Olivia Lake above her. Don't want to give her the opportunity to build up pace. They'll come into the home straight this time. A good riding here from Alana Lake. Gets herself underneath Olivia Wright. All the work now for Wright to do as they head down the back straight, because Alana Lake got the track position, but she's very strong, very fast up round the outside here, the Queenslander. She'll take out ride number 1 over the top of Alana Lake. Alana Lake had the right track craft, right idea, but Olivia just a little bit too quick and strong. Heat 3, race 1. We welcome our riders onto the track. The first rider up onto the track, rider number 93 from Queensland. This is Milan Bradshaw. Her opponent, rider number 94, is Ella Liang. Bradshaw leads down the back straight in front of Ella Liang here. Liang's had a good week here. A couple of jerseys already in the team sprint competitions. They'll come up this time with 2 laps to go. Bradshaw just keeping an eye on where Ella is. Been a heavy program. Ella Liang possibly not qualified as far up as she normally would in this sprint competition in the 19s. It was a big racing night last night with the team sprint in the elite team sprint. The Queensland team set the fastest time, got the gold medal in the final. A good day out. They come to the home straight this time. Ella Liang taunts Bradshaw to go underneath. Now she gets up round the outside. Good piece of riding there from the Queenslander. Down the back straight, now leads in front of Bradshaw. There is quite a difference between the two of them. So Ella Liang, she'll come into the home straight. Comfortable for the first one. Heat 4, race number 1 for our quarterfinals. Junior women 19s. We're going to come up onto the track now. The 2 riders from the ACT. The welcome rider number 84 is Natasha Sitsky. 85 is Emily Watch. Emily Watch rolls away. Has to go at walking pace for that first half lap. Doesn't have to go any more than that, though. And walking pace, well, it's an interpretation sometimes, isn't it? They head down the back straight. Sitsky laying right off here. Doesn't want to get caught up into Watch suddenly deciding that they're going to track stand, and if you're too close to the rider in front of you, you know where to move, know where to position yourself. And you can see that is Watch's idea, just trying to pull the track stand up. Masitsky was wise to it. That's why she was laying off. Now, Emily Watch starts to build up pace again. Will she try another time in the home straight? Normally what they'll do is they'll come to the top of the banking, try and hold at the pace, and she does that. Did a better job of it this time. Sitsky, though, is equal to the task. A good piece of riding here from both riders. Watch will lead away. Now the tactic has to change, because they'll come into the back straight and start to build up with 1.5 laps to go. He wasn't able to force Sitsky to the front. Now Sitsky's quite happy to do so. Gets up round the outside because she's caught Emily Watch on the flat foot there. Sitsky Used the height of the banking to help her get on top of the gear. Whilst Watch was still thinking about backing into her opponent, Sitsky knew it was coming. Just stepped out, used the banking, got herself about 5 bike lengths lead. It's not getting any closer as they come into the home straight. Good riding here from Natasha. She'll take race number 1. Move on now to our para sprint C2, C3 final. This is between Talia Clayton-Goody and Paige Greco. Both race in different categories in the para competition, one of each, C2, C3, but they're going to have a sprint match here for the racing component of this championship. Paige leads away in front of Talia. 3 laps to go. We'll head down to the back straight. Paige keeping a slow tempo on at the moment. Keeping an eye on where Talia is. Talia's got the advantage of the banking to get the bike moving as quickly as she can when they decide to get themselves moving. They'll go through now, 2 laps to go as they go underneath the scoreboard. They head down the back straight this time. Queensland versus Victoria. The Victorian getting herself up around the outside. I thought she was going to take the attack right up to Paige then, but she doesn't quite get on with it around the outside. Well, coming to the home straight this time with 1 lap to go. Now the Victorian starts to pick up pace as they go through with 1 to go. Talia just getting herself around the front of Paige as they went through the 200. No, Paige gets back in front as they head down the back straight. Talia wasn't able to get the gap closed around the outside. Now Paige all the way down to the line. Take that one out. Paige Greco, Talia Clayton-Goody, they'll both be national champions in their divisions. Paige taking the ride. Now we've got a good one. This is a 3-up sprint match for the national championship. The para sprint women C4 final. Emily Petricola of Victoria, Erin Rowell of Victoria, and Sharon Boyd of Victoria. All in the same category. So this is for gold, silver, and bronze this next race. This is an important one. Erin Rowell gets herself to the front quickly. This is for gold, silver, bronze between these three. So she wanted to make sure she got herself in position. Has a look over the shoulder. Doesn't realise that Sharon Boyd's already there alongside her. And M. Petricola. Good contest, this one. 3-up sprint for a national championship. Love to see it. They go through with 2 laps to go. Petricola leads. Rowell goes again. And they go through underneath the scoreboard. Petricola taking her on. So there's going to be a long sprint here. Rowell trying to get up round the outside. Couldn't quite get there. Petricola fights back. 1, 2, 3 at the bell. Petricola, Rowell and Boyd. They'll head down the back straight. Has Rowell got anything to offer the sprint here? Boyd not quite in the slipstream. Petricola getting stronger and stronger as she comes into the home straight. Petricola's going to lead this out and try and take the gold medal, and she does. Gold, silver, bronze across the line for the national title. Our next sprint, the para sprint men's C2 and C3 final. We'll come up onto the track in a second. Gordon Allen and Kyle Willis. Separate categories, but they're going to be racing as part of this championship against each other. They're both going to end up national champions in their division. Bragging rights between the Australian teammates at the Paralympics and World Championships, Kyle Willis and Gordon Allen. New South Wales versus Queensland, state of origin. Who wants it the most? Gordon leads the way down the back straight in front of Kyle. Just going to keep an eye on him. These two, they move pretty similarly over the 1,000-metre time trial nowadays. It'll be interesting to see how they go here. Gordon keeping a good eye on where Kyle is. Head down the back straight with 1.5 to go. Gordon Allen, attentive, wanting to know where Kyle is on the track at all times. Kyle thinking about going underneath. Not really sure about it though. Gordon dives down now. Kyle comes up to the hip as they go through the bend and down the back straight. Can't quite get out of the slipstream just yet because Gordon very, very strong from the front here. As he comes into the home straight, going to have a little bit too much on it for Kyle by the looks of it. Kyle's not going to die wondering, is he, all the way to the line. But Gordon Allen will cross in first place. Move on to our next final. It's a combination of the two. We've got this sprint between the C4 and C5 final, the para sprint. Corey Boddington coming out onto the track. He's in his own category in this one, but Max Sudholz and Matthew Gray, they are both in the same category. So the ACT rider and the WA rider, They're there for gold and silver. There's Boddington. He's up for gold here in his category. Holtz and Gray, they lead away with Corey Boddington in third position. Boddington, the quickest man of the para categories. He's going to go home with a gold medal regardless of the result of this sprint, but the sprint is going to be between the other two riders, Matt Gray and the ACT rider. They're going to concentrate on each other wholeheartedly as Boddington rolls away off the front. Matt Gray's going to go with him though, because he knows that Corey Boddington can change how the sprint will look here, and he starts to build up pace. Boddington, it's not a lead out, he's just getting himself going here, and Gray knows fully well he's the man to go with. Sudholtz didn't quite get in the slipstream as they come up with one to go. Boddington leaves. Gray is going to give it everything he possibly can to go with Boddington down the back straight here. Corey Boddington's coming round to a national title. And Matt Gray over Max Sudholtz. He'll also get one as well. Happy with the ride there from both riders. Max Sudholtz will get himself up into a silver. Matt Gray will go home with a national champions jersey as well in the sprint competition. We now move on to the Para Sprint Men's AWII final. We welcome our riders onto the track in the Queensland colours. From Queensland is Keely Kitkovics, and also from Queensland in the bright orange is Ollie Hutchinson. Keely draws the front spot. He'll lead away the first time. It's the first time we've seen Ollie racing here this week. We'll see how he goes up against Keely. Keely's been moving quite rapidly throughout his rides. He's going to show utmost respect to his opponent here. Kitkovics leads through. Hutchinson following on as they head towards the back straight. Kitkovics just losing sight of where he is, now getting out of the saddle, not taking any risks here. And start to move into the home straight. Kitkovics getting himself well and truly up onto speed, has a last look over the shoulder, make sure he's got Ollie where he needs him to be. And start to head towards the back straight. A little bit too much on it, as you'd expect here from Keely. He'll come round into the home straight for the gold medal, and Ollie Hutchinson will come round and he'll stand on the podium a couple of times today, Ollie. So, successful day here on the Anna Meares Velodrome. Move on now to heat number 2, race number 2 of our Junior Women 19 Sprint quarterfinals. Welcome back. From New South Wales, Ebony Robinson, and from Victoria, Hope Harnety. Ebony Robinson is one ride up in this best of 3 contest. No pace on down the back straight from Robinson as she leads Harnety here. She's showing she's got a little bit too much pace, a little bit too much strength in this competition. So Hope Harnety needs to try something a little bit different here against Robinson. Best tactic, try to hold up the faster rider, try to get them to prevent them from using all of that pace over the last 200. You've got to get yourself to the front. If you follow on, you'll end up just catching the wind from the slipstream. And Ebony Robinson gets herself moving now. Hope Harnety not quite in the slipstream as they head down the back straight. Robinson has a big look over the shoulder to see where Harnety is. Harnety's already given it away, and Robinson will go into the semi-final. Heat 2, race 2 coming up onto the track now. In a Junior Women's Sprint quarterfinals, we welcome back from Victoria, Alana Lake, and her opponent is Olivia Wright. Olivia Wright is one race up in this best of 3 between the two. Alana leads down the back straight here. So trying to work out what she can do to try and force this to a third ride. In the right position for now. You've got to stay in front of your opponent in this situation. Just try to prevent them from using their top speed. That's the secret. When you're up against a faster opponent, they'll come through with 2 laps to go this time. Just keeping a good eye on the Queenslander. Alana Lake as they move down the back straight this time. Just keeping the pace up, not really increasing it though. Olivia Wright got the advantage of the height of the banking, gets herself very close to Alana Lake now as they come up with 1 lap to go, and she's going to use the height of the banking again here, Olivia Wright, to get herself up to speed and round the outside of Alana Lake. Alana Lake was very low on the track with no real pace on, so Olivia Wright takes full advantage of that, comes into the home straight, and she will take race number 2. Heat 3, race 2 comes up onto the track now. We welcome back Ella Liang, rider number 94, one race up in this best of 3 against her teammate Milan Bradshaw. No pace on as they head down the back straight. Ella Liang, comfortable winner of race number 1. She's got the edge over the top of Milan Bradshaw. Still got to do it all right though. You've got to make sure you cross your T's and you dot your I's in these one-on-one rides. Coming to the home straight with 2 laps to go this time. Bradshaw, nice move. Tries to put pressure on Liang. Liang was going to move straight back past, but Bradshaw covered it. Now they head down the back straight. Tries to keep Ella Liang up high above her on the wheel. As they head towards the banking this time, Bradshaw just backing off a little bit, making sure Liang couldn't just back out of the box. But Ella Liang says, I've had enough of this silliness. I'm going to get up round the outside and just get on with the job at hand. And Liang now moves down the back straight, well clear of Milan Bradshaw. Milan gets out of the saddle, but it's not going to be enough here to be able to come back against Ella Liang, and Ella will go through to the semi-finals. We welcome back heat number 4, race 2, on to the starting line. The 2 riders from the ACT. Emily Watch, rider number 85, up onto the line. Her opponent with the long sleeve outfit of the 2 ACT riders. This is Natasha Sitsky. Natasha is 1 ride up in this best of 3 decider. Natasha Sitsky, very sharp angle up the banking there, and they're going to get called back to the start line. That's called off. They'll come back to the start, and the reason for that is you must lead at a walking pace for the first half of the lap. A lot of pressure on these riders. Sometimes you forget 1 or 2 things. They'll get a readdress by the commissaires, and they'll come back onto the start line. We welcome them back. We welcome Emily and Natasha back up onto the track. The difference being no difference. They go back to the same spots. Natasha Sitsky will still lead away. Emily Watch in second place. Sitsky still leads away. Only has to go at walking pace, but she does have to go at walking pace for that first half lap. Should be thinking about a new tactic possibly for this one, because Emily Watch is going to be wise to the fact that she wanted to do a track stand at the end of that first half lap, so she lays off a little bit. So Sitsky got to change the idea, and she does. Speeds up a little bit more, makes Emily Watch come back to her. Well, coming to the home straight this time, just keeping a good eye on each other. You don't want to get too caught up in the tactics in these situations. You've got to keep the job at hand, and the job at hand is going as fast as you possibly can at some point to make sure you cross the line first. One or two riders can sometimes just get a little bit overawed and confused with the tactics, start concentrating on a track stand, concentrating on holding their rider up or just sitting in second wheel. All of a sudden the bell rings and you're not up to speed, and your opponent is. They come into the home straight this time. Sitsky leads. Going to be straightforward from here for her. Just going to try and get herself up onto speed as they go through the 200 down the back straight. Sitsky trying to get up onto the top of that gear. Emily Watch is going to come to her through the bend though. A little bit sideways movement maybe, but Watch too strong, way too strong. Good piece of sprinting there from Emily Watch. So there's going to be a third ride in our fourth heat of the Junior Women's 19 quarterfinals. We move on to our next event, which is our Elite Men Time Trial qualifying. Over 1,000 metres, top 8 will go into the final later this evening. We've got 8 heats in all. We will invite our first rider up onto the line. From the ACT, we welcome Caleb Ansell. So Caleb getting the bike up to speed here. This is the first ride of our elite men time trial qualifying. Goes through 22.316 here for Caleb. A little bit somewhat off the pace of where you'd need to be for this ride. A number of these riders, even at the elite level, will be trying to do personal best times here. He goes through 37 seconds. Fairly flat on that first 500. Into the position nicely, not slowing down at all. He'll come into the home straight at this time, receive 1 lap to go. 51.614. Moving nicely now. Not slowing down at all here, Caleb. Trying to increase the pace. In fact, as he comes into the home straight, Caleb Antle from the ACT will stop the clock. 106.627 for Caleb. Heat number 2 coming up onto the track. We welcome in the back straight from New South Wales. This is Noah Mason. And the home straight from Victoria. This is Daniel Power. Way in heat number 2 now. Power in the home straight from Victoria. Mason from New South Wales. Both riders riding the more conventional style handlebar here for the 1,000-metre time trial. They'll both be quick through the 500. There's no worries there. First lap, both sub 19 seconds. They'll come through the first 500 here. 34.08 for Daniel Power. 34.48 for Noah Mason. It's this last lap where the handlebars can really come into effect, the aero handlebars. You can see that Noah Mason, he's been handed the imaginary refrigerator and a car to carry home to the finish because he's tied right up as he comes through with half a lap to go. Daniel Power is going to come into the home straight, tightens up a little bit. He's going to come through, set the first time, 110.271. Noah Mason goes across the line. 115.556 for Noah Mason. So Caleb Antle sits on top of the mountain for the moment, 106.627. Seen 2 heats now, 8 heats in all. We welcome in the back straight our new rider, New South Wales. We welcome Dylan Ether in the home straight. We welcome from Ireland, this is Kieran Murray. Away now, heat number 3. Ether versus Murray. Dylan Ether going to move nicely. Got himself a medal last night in the team's pursuit with the New South Wales team. One of the leading A-grade cyclists in the New South Wales racing community. Both Ether brothers, I see them always at the top of the placings in the criterium season and other racing, especially on the track. He's moving nicely here. Goes through. First 500, 33.87 for Dylan Ether. Really moving nicely, nice and smooth on the bike. It's a good fight from Kieran Murray on a fairly stock standard bike. Ether goes through with 1 lap to go. Trying to look around the 1.314 pace if he can here and make the top 8. Hanging onto it nicely here, Dylan Ether. Murray goes through the back straight. Let's see where Dylan can stop the clock. He goes to the line. 1:03.773 for Dylan. Kieran Murray goes across 1:08.239. We welcome our next heat up onto the track in the back straight. We welcome the Victorian rider, Nicholas Papadakis, and in the home straight, in the black skin suit, but from the ACT, this is Alexander Schaefer. Quickest time of the day so far, 1:03.77 for Dylan Ether. It's a good start here from the Victorian Papadakis. Schaefer going with him. They'll go through the first lap, 19.00 for Papadakis. Third quickest lap so far, 19.6 for Schaefer. We'll see how they're stacking up at the end of the first 500. Papadakis heads to the back straight, standard set up. Schaefer going with him though. Papadakis, the fastest 500 to this point, 33.77. Alexander Schaefer, 33.92. So both riders moving nicely. They'll go through now to get 1 lap to go. The ACT rider goes up in front of Papadakis. His second quickest time out on track though at the moment. See how he can finish off because he's chasing the time of Dylan Ether. Papadakis just starting to tighten up. As it comes through this time, Schaefer, he'll stop the clock, 1:04.45. Papadakis stops the clock, 1:07.844. Heat number 5 comes out onto the track now. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome in the back straight from Victoria. This is Ruben Smith. In the home straight, representing Western Australia, is Kai Bonza. come round to their first lap points here. Ruben Smith got out to a nice start. Both riders inside the 22nd start point, 19.2, 19.7. Bonza up onto speed now as he'll come into the home straight. He's been away from the elite scene for a little while, Kyle Bonza, and he goes through with the fastest 500 metre time so far, 33.550 for the tall West Australian, former junior champion of Australia several times over. He'll come up with 1 lap to go, 47.9, quickest time through the 3 laps. Ruben Smith goes through 6th fast at the moment. Bonza trying to hang on to that speed as he comes into the home straight. Is he going to get under the time of Dylan Ether? Looks like he will. He'll go to the line, 1:03.409 for Kai Bonza. Ruben Smith goes through 1:08.505, so just 0.3 of a second inside the time of Dylan Ether for Kai Bonza. We now welcome heat number 6 up onto the track. In Victoria, we welcome from Victoria, Jade Madden, and from Western Australia in the home straight, this is Finn Carpenter. Both riders away nicely here. Carpenter and Madden, fairly similar, but Carpenter really trying to set a fast first lap here, you can tell. He comes into the home straight, slightly ahead, 19.19 for Carpenter, the 4th quickest so far, 19.4 for Jade Madden. Moving nicely as they come into the home straight, this time 500 metres down. Carpenter goes fastest, 32.877 for Finn Carpenter of WA, 33.5 for Jade Madden. Carpenter comes through, still looking quick into the home straight with 1 lap to go. Still the quickest time, about 1.5 seconds quicker than that of Bonza's here. He's going to try and hang on to it in this last lap. He's doing a good job of it as well. Madden goes through, Finn Carpenter comes into the home straight. We'll see where he can finish off this ride. 1:02.297 for Finn Carpenter, 1:03.5 for Jade Madden. Carpenter goes to the top of the leaderboard for now. Madden goes to 3. This is the second to last heat of our qualifying rides, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in the back straight from New South Wales is Xavier Bland, and the home straight representing Western Australia, this is John Carpenter. Xavier Bland away extremely quickly here. Carpenter still trying to get up on top of that big gear he's rolling. The sprinter versus the pursuiter here. 18.3 there for Xavier Bland. Fantastic start. 19.8 for Carpenter. For Carpenter, the individual pursuiter, he won't slow down. Xavier Bland goes through quickest 500, 32.869. Carpenter went from 11th to 5th, now 33.6 for the 500. Carpenter comes into the home straight. We'll see where he is with 1 lap to go. Got himself up to 2nd place, Johnny Carpenter, 47.67. Xavier Bland just dropping down to 6th place at the moment. Can Carter do enough to get himself up into the number 1 spot? It's a strong ride here from Carpenter. He'll hit the line. 102.67 puts himself into number 2 for now. Xavier Bland finishes off 105.98 and he sits in 7th place with a round still to come. We move on now to our final qualifying heat. This is heat number 8. We welcome in the back straight from Queensland. This is Rowan Hayden-Smith. In the home straight from South Australia, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tate Ryan. Away nicely in the home straight now. Tate Ryan, the junior world record holder and world champion in this discipline, going up against Rowan Hayden-Smith. We'll have a look at the times here of the South Australian and see what he can do. He comes through the first lap this time, 2nd already, 18.6 seconds. Rowan Hayden-Smith, a bit of a more controlled start like John Carter. Moving nicely though. Have a look at the pace of Tate Ryan though as he comes into the home straight through the first 500. 31.65 for Tate Ryan. Rowan Hayden-Smith's gone from 12th up to 6th. He's doing a fantastic ride. But Tate Ryan comes into the home straight and will receive 1 lap to go. Goes through in 45.45 here, Ryan. We're going to get as close to the 1 minute as we possibly can here in qualifying. Slowing down ever so slightly. It's only the qualifying though, as Tate Ryan comes into the home straight and he'll stop the clock. 1 minute, 0.521 for Tate Ryan. Rowan Hayden-Smith got himself up into 4th of the 103.04. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your applause going for the ride of Tate Ryan from South Australia. Got 1 ride to go in our Junior Women 19 quarterfinals. So I do ask all of our para-athletes, if you can make your way over to the medal ceremony area, all of our para-athletes to the medal ceremony area, as we await our quarterfinal to come out onto the track. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome back Heat 4, ride number 3. This is the deciding ride for a place in the semi-final between Natasha Sitsky, rider number 84 from the ACT, and rider number 85, Emily Watch, also from the ACT. Natasha draws front spot. She'll lead away. And a good contest between these two. Natasha Sitsky was the quicker of the two in qualifying. Remember, this is 4 versus 5 when we're in the quarterfinal situation, so nothing between them really, and Emily Watts showed that in the second ride. It's all about timing, it is all about tactics, just going to make sure you get them correct. Sitsky leads through in the home straight now, 2 laps to go. Pace goes up down the back straight, got the whole track to use here. Sitsky has a look. She might as well get on with it because Emily Watch has really laid off too much here this time. Sitsky will come into the home straight. 1 lap to go to get to the semi-final. Emily Watch just laid off way too much for it, and Sitsky's taken full advantage of it. And why wouldn't she? She comes into the home straight. The ACT rider's going to go through to the semi-finals and hold on to her 4th place seating. Emily Watch will finish in 5th place for this national championship. Ladies and gentlemen, that takes care of the racing component for our day. We are going to be moving on now to our ceremony for our para championships. And of course, our evening session here in Queensland starts at 6 p.m. this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll turn your attention now to our medal ceremonies of our Para Championships. And our first championship presentation is for the WC2 category from Victoria, Talia Clayton-Goody. Championship presentation now for the WC3 category from Queensland, Paige Greco. Medal presentation now for the WC4 category. In third place, winner of the bronze medal representing Victoria, Sharon Boyd. In second place, and winner of the silver medal, representing Victoria, Erin Rao. In first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing Victoria, Emily Petricola. The presentation now for the Para Sprint WB Women's Tandem. In second place and winners of the silver medal, Jodie Willis-Roberts and her pilot, Jodie Hayward. In first place, winners of the gold medal and national champions, Jessica Gallagher of Victoria and Jackie Mengler-Moore, her pilot from Queensland. Ladies and gentlemen, the championship presentation for the MC2 division. Representing New South Wales, Gordon Allen. The championship presentation for the MC3 division. Representing Queensland, Kyle Willis. The category presentation for the MC4 division. Representing Queensland, Corey Boddington. The medal ceremony of the MC5 division. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing the ACT, Max Sudholz. In first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing Western Australia, Matthew Gray. The medal ceremony of the AWII division. In second place, winner of the silver medal, Ollie Hutchinson. In first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing Queensland, Keely Kitkovics. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the AWII silver medal in the individual pursuit, Ollie Hutchinson. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our ceremonies, and it also concludes our day's session here at the Anna Meares Velodrome. Please join us again at 6 p.m. If you've been watching us on the AusCycling YouTube channel, you can join us again tomorrow afternoon. But tonight, you can watch all the action on SBS On Demand and KO with Scott McGorry and Kate Bates. Job done. Job done. Now, do I want to